Good morning.
Good morning, Professor.
How are you today?
Pretty good.
Okay, today I have technical problem. I was fighting with my email. Okay, I have right now Maureen Moreno, Sebastián Arroyo, Adrián Guerra, José Castillo. Okay, people, do you can see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, Professor.
Yes. Okay, good
Yes,
morning,
Professor.
everyone. And today, I am teacher Dana Vernon. Okay, today I'm going to be your facilitator. Okay, this is our first session. Session for today is about concept related with the language acquisition. So our topic, we have content of this temple. We have introduction. We have the concept of language, approach and methods, type of teaching approach, and workshop. Okay. As an introduction for this lesson, we have the step in the enchanting word of language discovery. Our journey begins with the exciting exploration of sound and words. Expression that make language fascinating. Together well, learn how to create new friends, introduce ourselves, and create a foundation for clear communication. Okay, our first slide is about what is second language acquisition. Okay, right now I have here as a resume. Short summary is the process of thought which people learn second language. This is useful for education, employment, okay, and other basic purposes. We acquire by people who speak another language natively. Okay, we have slang, different form to say hello, salud, zero, and O. Okay, We have three skills of second language acquisition. We have foreign language, library language, and auxiliary language. For example, we use for future travel, okay, or other cross-cultural communication situation. Okay. We have library language. It is a tool for further learning through reading. And we have auxiliary language. We have the communication between people who do who do not share a native language. Okay, for you, what is second language acquisition or L2? Do you can give your idea about second language acquisition? Okay, Adrianis, for you, what is second language acquisition?
Good morning.
Good
Um,
morning, my dear.
I think this is the process by which people learn a second language.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's the way how we get or how we engage in this new language.
Okay, how we engage.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Very good. Somebody else can say something? Oops, I cannot listen to you.
Yes, good morning, Professor. Well, second language acquisition for me is the process, of course, where people acquire a new language, but not only learning or acquiring, but also the ability to produce the second language. Okay, before communicating with people, we need, as we know, we need to learn all the issues about the language, like the grammar, right? The all the theories that we have learned before in the BA program, like the pronunciation, all of that stuff. So then we start like communicating with other people.
Okay, excellent, Lauren. Sebastián Arroyo.
Yes, I'm here.
Good morning, Sebastián.
Good morning. Well, second language, how my partner said, refers to the process how we acquire another language that is not our native native tongue.
Yeah. Okay. People, you can give your own opinion, okay? Not necessary.
Eh, Yes,
Okay.
Professor, I would like to say that it is a personal choice because
Yeah.
here with the examples that you have on the slide,
Yes.
when you want to study a career
Yeah.
and you want to be excellent on that, you need to study with different books. It is a choice that you made to study that profession. So
Yeah.
um, I, I w- I wanted to add that information.
Okay. Your extra information. Okay, your name?
Sheila Moreno.
Okay, Sheila. Somebody else? Nobody else? Want to share your opinion about second language acquisition or L2? Cindy Gonzalez.
Good morning.
Good morning, Cindy. How are
Second language
you?
acquisition is a process when we learn a language different to our native one.
Okay, excellent. Sheila.
Yes, I would like to add that you need to have motivation
Mhm.
because
Really?
Uh,
yes, because i- you need to work hard to learn a second language.
Mhm.
Um, Even kids have to do it. They can do it unconsciously sometimes, but if you learn a second language when you are an adult,
Mhm.
uh, you need to make an effort to
Double
do it.
effort.
Mhm.
Yes, I know that.
Yeah, that's a
It's
hard. I think that's the hard part. When we try to learn a second language, the motivation,
Mhm.
because nowadays adults try to learn a second language and try
Mhm.
to join those courses, and they say that not useful to learn a second language. But the problem is not the course. Maybe it's the motivation. They have to learn a second language.
As it is. I believe in that part. Motivation in anything that you are going to do, you have to motivate the person, okay? To make them learn how to interact and make they feel confidence with you, okay? When you are teaching,
Also, the
okay?
necessity to learn a second language.
Uh-huh. There we go. Jennifer Kosia.
Hello, teacher, classmate. Good
Oh,
morning.
hello, Jennifer. Uh-huh. Good
Um,
morning.
Relating, I see that you are speaking about what is the second language, right?
Yeah, but if you
Mhm.
can give your opinion, not honest, okay? Your own opinion. How do you feel about, or maybe how you do you acquire the language and then, okay?
Okay. Um, is the process of real people. Yes, when we are teaching a second language, we have to take it into account a lot of situations, environments,
Mm-hmm.
and
Yeah,
different kind of level of our students.
yeah. It's the environment because I
Yes,
have two kids and they learn the language as they was a kid. Okay.
yes.
It's two
Hmm.
years old. I start to teach them the language. That's why they know it. Okay.
And also the
Yeah.
diversity the student that we have in the classroom, because sometimes we have a student with special necessities in the same
Hmm.
room, so we have to take into account those situations.
Yes, and it's very difficult because right now, when I have lived 15 years working, and it's very hard. Okay, to work in that
Yes,
condition. Uh huh.
because I think that some conditions need an special environment, but not every
That's it.
school wants to to have in the same room. And
Yeah,
also it's okay, we can handle, but thinking about the students, they need something more, I don't know, maybe with other conditions, the
that
floor
is the one.
feeling the air, so
Because not all of them have the same need. They
yes.
have different needs. So I know I passing for that. So every single day. Thank you, Cosio.
Hello,
Hello.
morning.
Morning.
Okay, I think the same. The we need this motivation to learn another language because uh, if you don't have motivation, it's so difficult.
Yes. Everything that we do, we need motivation, people. I doing this for this and something like that. Okay. Yes, really, we need motivation. I believe in that. Okay. Also, I work with kids too, and I teach them with love. Okay, to make them feel confidence, and you can see the difference. Okay.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Hello, Professor. I just
Hello.
wanted to add that, well, for me,
And you
um,
using somebody else email?
pardon?
As Adrián Castillo Aguilares.
Um, no, I'm
And
Adriana
your
Aguilar.
name? Your name?
Adriana
Ah, it's
Aguilar.
Adriana. Ah, okay. Excuse me, Adriana Aguilar. Okay. Tell me, Adriana.
Okay, Professor, I just wanted to add that for me, like, learning a second language is basically um, about learning, a second language after you learn your own native language. And it has to do with many other things, but as my classmates have said, it basically requires um, you know, a lot of effort, a lot of motivation, because it sometimes can be disencouraging to learn a second language because you may be learning it in different ways, such as having a naturalistic settings, or as
Yeah.
many do, having like a formal classroom environment or something like that. And I think that plays a really important role in that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ah, Adriana, I remember you. You're from Boquete.
Yes, Professor.
Hello, Adriana.
Hello, Professor.
Hello. Yes. I
Hi,
remember her
Professor.
because
Thank you.
my honest Yvette Serlasi. Okay.
Hi. Well, I would like to add that the process of second language acquisition can be a very interesting process depending in the student, but also it can be like a boring process because,
Yeah.
for example, we as teachers here, we adults people, we have a focus, we have a reason why we are here during
Yeah.
the day. But now that I'm working with high school, that for them is not like a very interesting subject because they have to take English because it's part of their curriculum, not because they like. So we have to face with the reality that okay, I don't have another option that have English classes.
Yes. Because it's not the same to teach students from primary school to secondary school. Because they
Yes, the
always, I don't
high
care no matter. But
I
primary
also
school is different because you can
adult.
enjoy with them music, you can dance with them, and with many resources. Okay, that they like to play with them and engage them to the language. Okay.
Yes, and also adults people, obviously they are if they are taking an English course, an English career is because they have a reason why they are there. They want to participate and be actively in the class, but working with high school, that is having my new experience, well, it's a challenge.
I know that is true. Okay, it's very hard. Secondary students. Oh my God. 15 years, teenagers. Oh my God. Okay, Maureen, Sebastián, Sheila, Cindy, Jennifer Cosio, Jose Castillo, Adriana Aguilar, Yvette Serracin. Who is missing?
Hello, good morning, teacher.
Maria Bermudez. Good morning, Maria.
Yes, I just arrived at the class. I want to know which is the question.
The question is for you, your own opinion, what is second language acquisition for you? Or L2? Mhm.
Yes, I was the microphone closed. Yes, teacher. For me to learn a second
Second
language,
language.
yes, it brings us a lot of benefits, but
Yeah.
also but also for me it's a big challenge. Yes, because I start studying, for example, English when I was 23 years old, and it was so difficult for me. And it's still been
Ah,
difficult. Yes,
okay.
this is important because it brings a lot of benefits to us. We can share with other people, we can know many culture, but it's still a big challenge. And every day we trying to improve in the language that we are learning.
Yeah.
And yes, we we are here learning.
Yes, that's it. We are learning. Okay, very good, Maria. Somebody else? A volunteer? Okay, I have another question here. Do you believe that the age is important when we learn a second language? No matter if it's English, can be like Japanese, Korean, or whatever.
I
Um,
Yeah.
Yes,
Sorry.
professor, definitely.
Sebastian?
Yes, I think this really important. I think Sheila said that when we are a child and we are trying to learn a second language is a kind of easier because our mental dictionary can process more language, can
More
learn. It's like a,
information, yeah.
yeah, it's like a sponge, you know.
Yes.
Yes,
When we are
professor.
and when we are all also the techniques that we can use with the kids. There are more techniques with the we can use with the kids to
Because and they learn more fastly, okay, true.
yeah.
Yes. Uh-huh.
Also,
Okay.
we have to take into consideration the way the person learns a second language. Maybe it's not the same that the others. You know,
Yes. Really, that is important too, because I don't learn the same that you learn, okay?
yeah.
Everybody learn different, in a different way. Very good,
Professor,
Sebastian. Uh-huh.
sorry to interrupt you. I just wanted to add something. What
Yeah, okay.
my previous classmates have said is really true. And well, it has to do with the critical period, which is the period people, everyone, everyone has to learn different languages, but it's basically the plasticity of the brain until we reach our teenage years.
Yeah.
And but it's basically that if we take advantage of that time and we put into use the critical period, we will be able to learn any language we want as long as we practice, of course. Thank you.
Okay. We're giving our opinion. Excellent opinion
Yes,
too, huh?
teacher.
Huh?
I think that it's totally true what my classmates are speaking about because children or toddler have more, enthusiasm in the classroom. They all
Yeah.
usually have more energy, more happiness. So they
Enthusiastic.
enjoy
Mhm.
more the lessons because you have to use a lot of resources, images, videos, and so
And they love that.
yeah.
Uh-huh.
No
Sing,
child.
yes, they love. Yeah, they
They
love to
love
sing. They love to participate.
Mhm.
When you go to high school classrooms, so the difference is total. The situation is total different because they have too much. Um, how can I say it? And distractions. Okay, they have too more distraction. They are, thinking about the cellular phone, the Instagram,
Yeah.
the it's more
And
difficult
all the
catch
problem that they
their attention, yes, in the classroom.
that is true. Very good. Excellent. Jennifer. Somebody else want to say something? It's important the language, or it's important the age to learn the language?
Yes,
to
for me it's
acquire the language. Uh-huh.
for me it's very important. I think it's crucial because in my case I started learning English like in fifth grade at school, so it's different now because since kindergarten students are working with the language, but in my time it was different. um so when I arrived to the university, it was a challenge, really. And
Oh
all
my goodness.
the English hours in high school were different that today. Today the students have more hours
Mhm.
for being working with the language than in my time. So it was
Okay.
very difficult, as the partner said, when we started learning English, like 20, 21, 22 years. Well, it's what's difficult.
Really a challenge.
Yeah.
Okay. I know.
Um,
Yes, it could
sorry,
be a
sorry,
I
challenge.
teacher.
believe in that feeling. I believe in that feeling.
Sorry, teacher. I seen in the chat that Joxebel is waiting for access to the room.
Sibelis? Yeah?
Sibel Moreno, Jexibel Moreno is
Uh-huh.
waiting for access.
Okay. Sibel Moreno.
Good morning, teacher. I'm here.
I am here. Okay. Good morning. How are you today?
I'm feel good, but I am sick also.
You wrote this morning, huh?
Yes,
Okay. Let me put here Jezebel.
Moreno.
Jezebel cannot talk. Okay. Okay, people. Another. Somebody else wants to give an opinion about your background, the background of learning the language. It is important or not?
Yes, it
Have
is
a background.
important.
Uh-huh.
Yes, it is important for an adult people. They can learn, but they need more exposure to the language to
Okay, very
be
good.
to be
Mm-hmm.
successful acquiring the language. Yeah, because um, kids do it unconsciously, but with us as an adult, we have to do it with our motivation again and
Yes.
uh, practicing, practicing, and practicing. Yes,
Okay, I love that
but
part.
but
As
we
a
can do
adult,
it.
we need motivation to
But
and
we can
practice
do
and
it as
practice.
an adult. As an adult, we can learn a new language, but we need
Mhm.
more exposure.
More effort. That is good. That is true. Okay. I'm asking you because when we are teaching, this can help us, okay? For our students. Somebody else?
Yes, teacher.
Okay, you say
I
another motivation. What else?
yes, I think that the age have impact in our learning process. Yes,
Okay.
yes. For example, I am talk about my experience because
Mm-hmm.
sometimes when we are learning a new language and we don't understand, we feel frustrated.
Oh
It,
yes. Even though
it
if you don't know
happened to
any
me.
language, any language.
Yes,
For
it
example,
happened
Noeli,
to
that
me
guy.
a lot. Yes, because sometimes we don't understand, but I think
That's
that
why sometimes that we are listening to music, any type of
mm,
music, we have to take try to understand the music correctly because sometimes they are singing the song and you don't know what is the meaning of the song, people. Oh my goodness.
yes,
Yeah.
sometimes yeah, yes. But when we are a child, I think that in
Mhm.
practice is easier.
Yes, it's more easier when we are small.
Yes, and yes, I have
Um,
yes, and I think
okay,
I have impact. Yes.
okay, very good.
Okay, morning
Uh-huh.
again.
Jose, thank you for that, your participation, people.
It's important because we are children. Uh,
Uh-huh.
we acquire knowledge better. Like when you are adult, uh, you if you have to practice and practice because you can forget it.
Uh-huh. The cognitive part of your mind give you a
Yes.
problem. Uh-huh. Okay, very good.
Adults, we have to have a lot of things in our mind, so it's more difficult to concentrate it in learning in a new language.
Yes, because we have a lot of information. A lot of
And your mother
information and
tongue influences a lot.
oh yeah. Because sometimes many peoples when they're learning the language and they were translating what they are speaking, that takes time.
I think also
Yes or
the
no? You're
yeah,
thinking and you're
Yes.
translating
Yes.
in your mind
Yes.
the
yeah.
phrases.
That's it.
Uh-huh.
Also, when we are talking or they speak, that problem is when we are speak quickly, they can translate immediately the words and they can get
Yeah.
frustrated.
Yeah,
Also,
that's
I think also the big problems in adults is the shame in order to speak in front of the people or practice a second language.
public speaking.
Yeah, the kids no don't suffer of shy or shame in order to
Because they
learn.
think it's everything is a game, they're playing with them and things like that.
Yeah,
Okay. Very good. Is useful for education, employment, and another basic purposes. For employment.
Yes, Professor. Um, I would like to say that nowadays, for any job position you want to apply for, it's mandatory to learn a second language, to speak English at least, because here in Boquete, if you want to find any job, even if even if you are going to clean, they require you speaking English, and that's a fact.
Okay. Is mandatory to acquire the language or to learn the language, to know the language. Very good, Adriana. Excellent. Somebody else can say something about this is useful for education, employment, or for employment.
yes, it is
Also
useful.
useful. It can be.
Yes, yes.
Definitely.
The problem is that sometimes the people think that
Uh-huh.
when we acquire a second language we get more money, but
To
the
earn
problem
more money.
they think they we're going to get more money, but it's only like the how to say, like a plus to get a job. You won't get more money, but it's gonna help us to get
To get the job.
a job. Yeah, yeah, because
Okay.
all
Professor,
most of the jobs nowadays need to I mean some levels of English.
Okay. I know.
Professor, sorry
Okay,
to interrupt.
Adriana.
When my what Professor Sebastian said is really true, but I would like to add that if they find out that you actually speak, let's say English in here, uh, you won't get any
Adriana.
rise, but instead you will get more chores to do. That's what that's how they work now.
But you have more choice or less choice?
Even
More
more,
or
way
less?
more.
I
Or
agree
more?
with you, Adriana. Yes, it is true. In
Ay,
our
Yeah,
Adriana.
environment, it is true.
They give you more activity to do. Oh my god, because you know the language. Oh my god. So
Sheila, for
yeah,
example,
you
I
give
know,
them some advice then.
I know Sheila,
Adriana.
I know Sheila, for example, her work. Sheila,
Uh-huh.
you are a good example, right?
Yes, yes, I am. I am a good example of that because I work in a private company.
School. Company? Uh-huh.
No, no, in a
Company.
private area, in a private section.
Okay.
And I speak English every day with our customers,
Yeah.
but uh, I do not receive any slot.
Motivation. Uh-huh.
Yes, for that.
This is what Adriana said.
That's a nightmare.
Adriana, give us more like advice about the ortho.
Um, uh, okay, first
Okay.
of all, I would say that I don't know. This is for me and from my personal experience.
Yes, I know.
Um,
But it's good to listen to you. Okay.
you get overworked if they find out that you speak English, and by that I mean that they are going to make you the leader of something which isn't bad at all, but you don't get any rise and you don't see the
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 motivation.
economic income. Yeah, the economic motivation to do so many chores. And even if you try, because this is what happened to me, I tried when I used to work as a manager at food truck
Yeah.
franchise, and I try to teach my coworkers, like, when I'm not here, when I'm on my free days, um I
What
don't
to
know,
do.
I can write down the specific information you need to tell the customers, because we have a lot of foreigners coming in. And well, they didn't want to do it because they saw how many things and many tasks I had to do because I was the manager, because I speak English, and and they didn't want to do any of that
And
because it
you
was
feel like the
turned out to be a burden.
feeling like, wow, I speak English, so they I'm going to earn more money. And whoops.
You
So
don't earn
definitely
anything.
the
No.
language opened opportunities, but doesn't mean that is it secure to earn more than
Uh-huh.
other. So
You don't
open
believe that you're going
opportunities,
to earn
but
more
it's
money.
not like a, yeah.
Uh-huh. This is important.
So don't say
Somebody
that you
can
speak
say
English.
something else that happened to you. Thank you, Adriana, for that. I
My
asked
pleasure,
Adriana
Professor.
because I know Adriana facing that part, Adriana.
Maybe a few years ago is is well remunerated the speaking English, but nowadays it's like a common requirement for the employment, but
Uh-huh.
doesn't mean that you're going to earn more.
They say like in Spain, they say doble filo.
Yes.
Oh my
But definitely you have
goodness.
more opportunities. That
Yes, to get a job.
that is
Yes,
true.
because days ago, I about 5 years ago, I have a student from the school, Beatriz Miranda de Cabal, and she right now working in a bank. And she said, "Teacher, you know why I'm here? You why? Because you teach me the language." And I said, "What? Yes, yes." And she working in a bank, but maybe she earn the money that she need. Okay, or supposed to be earning because she know the language, but she have this job. Okay, so somebody else. Okay, we said okay, we L2 and over L1. Do you can see the difference in L1 and L2? Your native language with another language? It can be a problem to learn the language, your mother tongue.
Um, the thing is that your mother tongue you learning by you learn you are immersing in the language. You're born in the speaking, in our cases, in the
Yeah,
Spanish language.
Spanish language,
So
yeah.
we learn to speak before to write, and it's a process. You have like
Excellent.
5 6 years in in exposing in the language before to go to the school. So when you go into the school, so you start to learn the second language. In this case, could be, I don't know, Chinese or English,
Or
maybe
whatever.
in,
Okay.
in most of cases, in our cases. So it's totally different because the students um are not in contact with the language until
Mm-hmm.
this moment. So it is very difficult because they don't, or we as a student, English students, we don't have the opportunity to practices or be in contact with the language even at the school. So this is you know, something difficult because at home you speak Spanish, but you only speak English only in the school.
Okay, that is true. Okay, we can take into consideration when we are teaching our mother tongue to our students, like always say bilingual.
I think so. A teacher one time tell us you need to
Uh-huh.
speak well Spanish if you want to learn well English because it's the same grammatical structure. Of course, in Spanish we have
Yes,
more
because they say,
verbal
oh,
tenses
they cannot, and they say, especially they say they cannot learn because you have to speak to them only in English to make them learn.
I use Spanish when I think that is necessary because
Okay,
uh,
that's good. That's good.
yes,
That's very good. Because they said, well, Chomsky,
you
they said,
you
well,
create
you have to use
maybe
your target language when you
yes
are
you create
teaching. Please.
confidence with them.
Yeah, that is the word, confident, to make them feel confident when they are learning, not frustrated, okay?
Yes, exactly. When you speak only English, they come frustrating and they don't speak and don't because you asking something. They teacher, I know the answer, but I can tell you in Spanish. Just it's okay. So I help them
Okay.
to
They
go
can use the
into
target language.
yes,
Taking into account that they can use their target language, okay? Because their mother tongue is Spanish, so they can use the language, okay? Somebody else can say something about using L1 with L2 in your classroom or
Yes,
when you are teaching.
well, I think we can use Spanglish, as some people say, because imagine you feel nervous learning a second language and you start your class speaking fluently English with your all your students,
Yeah.
and so more maybe some of them going to understand you, but the others maybe not at the same way, and they want to interact in the class. So the only way is using the L1.
Yes, very good. Excellent.
So I think you as a teacher you
Is
can
someone,
give
yes,
the
some
opportunity to express the ideas using the L1.
okay. If someone tell you that while you're teaching English and while you're speaking to them in their target language, I have to do it because I am teaching them the language. Okay, very good. Sebastián Arroyo.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that, Sebastián. Somebody want to say something else about L2 and L1 and L2? Okay, who learn more fastly the second language? Tell me your belief. Who learn more fastly a second language acquisition?
Children do.
Uh-huh. Children do.
Yeah.
Children, yes.
The
Preschool,
children.
previous
The children.
early
100%.
ages.
Yeah. Kids. Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
We're going to see a video here. I don't know what's happening. Wait. Could be the problem. I am having problem with my mouse. Hey people, do you see I sent the link for the Padlet? We have a task there.
Yes.
You can enter the Padlet, please. I want to see your reaction.
Sorry, teacher, where did you send it?
Huh?
Where did you send it?
In the group. Group 35. Everybody in that group?
I see the message, teacher, but I don't have no the opportunity to see the video.
Okay. Something like that. Wait. Who don't have the opportunity to send the message again, okay? I'm trying to.
Can someone send the link in a mid chat, please?
Okay, tell me.
If it's
Jose
possible,
o
to
Sebastián.
send, yes, send the link to mid chat. Is there any possibility?
I cannot listening to you. Wait a
Oh,
minute.
okay. Thank you, Adriana. Thank you,
Wait,
Adriana.
wait. Tell me now. No, yes. Okay. Sebastian? No, yes.
Yes, yes. Adriana said it already.
Okay. Thank you, Adriana. Okay. You can post a short reflection on your own language learning experience. Okay. You can describe a challenge, breakthrough, and what strategy have helped you to learn more effectively the language.
I have a question. It's based on my experience or based on the video? Because the video is around 1 hour and a half, I think.
No, no, no. And based on your experience, no, this is not all this Chelsea or no. I posted there, but it take too much time. Yeah.
Okay,
And
thank you.
based on your experience or somebody else's experience too. Okay. This is important for us. If we're going to teach the language, listen to all the experience and things that help you to do an effective lesson plan when you are teaching. Okay.
Sorry, Professor, what are the instructions again, please?
It is. Let me see. A short reflection on your own language learning experience. Okay. And you can describe the challenge, the breakthrough, and what strategies have helped you to learn more effectively the language. Maybe you can learn you learn alone. Somebody help you. Okay, and things like that. A lot of people learn by themselves.
Hola chicos, disculpen, ¿la actividad era oral o escrita? No, esa parte no me quedó clara.
I think you have to leave a comment in the link that she sent us.
Thank you.
Try to put your name on the pad, people, please. Seems. Yvette, Cindy, and Jose. Okay, Yvette, do you can start yours? Yvette, Cindy,
Yes.
and do you can read what you have there, please? You post.
Learning a new language was a real challenge. The constant struggle to understand and remember new words gave me headache every day. It took me about 2 years to finally feel comfortable with the language. Listening to music in that language helped me a lot. It made things stick in my mind and keep me motivated. Still, it was frustrating when I couldn't keep up with others or express myself the way I wanted. But despite the stress and mental exhaustion, I kept pushing through.
Cindy.
Did you mention my name?
Yvette,
Yes.
do you?
Okay. The most important challenge I had to face in my language learning process was the lack of knowledge in the English language. As I said before, the hours of English that we received when I was in the school and high school were less than today. So I had to study harder to be able to accomplish my goal. It was not easy, but not impossible.
Excellent. That is
Listen,
the attitude. Uh-huh.
yes, listen to music, talking with colleagues now that I'm working,
Mhm.
participating in different courses like this one or in seminars have been the strategy that have helped me learn more effectively the language.
Oh, very good. Nice. Okay. Who else?
And also, Professor, sorry, but just to mention something that if you can or in any moment that you can, I send you an audio. So
Yeah, can
I
be.
yes, an audio to your cell phone. So when you have the opportunity, please you can listen.
Okay. Sebastian.
Hello. Yes.
Hello, Sebastian. Good morning.
Okay. I'm going to I'm going to say I want to say the one of the biggest obstacles or problems for me when I try to learn English is to make mistakes, especially when I was talking with native or non-native speakers. So I try to forget about the rules, the grammatical rules, and and start to interact. Doesn't matter if I made mistake or not. So I remember someone told me advice: try to speak.
Uh-huh.
Doesn't matter how, but try to communicate. So I try to do that every day to communicate, to communicate, to communicate. Or also the words that I didn't know it.
Making interaction with other
Yeah,
person. Uh-huh.
also the words that I didn't know it in a moment.
Uh-huh.
I wrote down in a book. I mean, in a notebook.
Yeah.
So I try to make five or three sentences in order to memorize those words and try to use it in a conversation.
Okay, excellent. Jennifer? Okay, people receiving all your information, okay? Jennifer? Adrianis?
Good morning.
Good
Well, I
morning.
have to say that learning a second language for me was no easy because I faced challenges like grasping grammar rules and building fluency, especially with
Uh-huh.
sentence structures. Some of the strategies that work for me include using flashcards to remember vocabulary, listening to music, sometimes watching videos, and staying consistent through daily reading and listening exercises. Patience and persistence were the key to overcoming frustration and gaining confidence.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Use confidence. Veamos. Noelia Mendoza. I think Noelia cannot speak. Oh, yes, you will. Okay, Adrian. Noelia Stem said that she cannot speak. And this is Noelia Mendoza. Okay. Santa Maria.
Yes, Professor. Well, basically, one of the challenges that I faced when learning English that I remind was that expressing my ideas because I always was thinking Spanish. So while I spoke in the second language, and then I knew the vocabulary, but it was difficult to put all the words together, so the grammar stuff and that.
Grammar and structure. Okay.
Yes, so I was start watching videos to listen how people produce the language and and then I could improve my speaking skills. And of course, one of the strategies I used when I was writing in English was brainstorming first ideas, so I could link all, put all them together, so I could describe them naturally. So that was one of my challenges when expressing my ideas.
Okay. Thank you, Maureen. Excellent. Adriana Aguilar.
Here, Professor.
Good
Um,
morning, Adriana.
Morning, Professor. Okay, so in my personal experience, every day was a challenge since I
Mhm.
had the previous exposure to English.
Yeah.
Um, let's say from the pronunciation to the grammar rules and even the environment I was in, I felt like I wasn't good enough and that I would never be good enough to finally
Oh,
learn a second language. Only years later, when I enrolled at community college, I was shown that I, in fact, had what it took to learn a second language. And finally, when I gained confidence and motivation from my personal growth, I felt comfortable enough to join this career at university.
okay. Excellent. Okay. Confidence. Thank you, Adriana.
Sorry, teacher, I lost my connection.
Melanie.
Jennifer.
One
Sí.
one
¿Quién
of the
precocio? Ajá.
Sorry, teacher, I lost my connection. I was
That's okay.
okay.
one of the difficulties that I had when I was learning English was listening, because when a person was speaking, I always trying to translate in
So,
Spanish
and it
what
take
the person is
time. Uh-huh.
saying. So obviously that's wrong, because you're never gonna learn that. So one of the strategies I used was watch movies, listening to music, because in English, obviously, and that way you create a English environment for you.
Excellent. Excellent. Stephanie?
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Stephanie.
Okay, learning English for me was a journey. I began learning English since I was in kinder, and I have to say I've got excellent teachers during my time learning English. But
Okay. Uh-huh.
in some way, the speaking part was always a challenge for me because I didn't have someone to practice with. But recently, I had the opportunity to practice every single day, and I still have some struggles, but I'm glad that I can finally keep a fluent conversation with native English speakers. And I think personally that language acquisition is an ability and also motivation. As
Mhm.
teachers, we need to have the ability to teach and as well the motivation.
That's
Without
it.
those, I think teaching a second language is going to be a little
Mm-hmm.
hard.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you, Stephanie. Sheila?
Yes. Moment.
Hello.
Hello. Okay, learning a new language is a decision when you are an adult. I learned this beautiful language when I was 25 years old, and it was a great experience of discovering rules, patterns, and style. One challenge that I had to face was the fear to speak in front of people, but practicing with my family and friends helped me a lot. Also, the support of excellent educators helped me to build confidence. And it
Mm-hmm.
is so important when you are learning a new language that people don't criticize you or don't make you feel like you are doing so bad that nobody is understanding you. So you need a
Okay.
good support
Yes.
um, mhm, to conquer this part of learning a new language. Thank you.
You. Wow. Ashley Duarte?
Okay, good morning, professor and classmate. Nice to meet you. Sorry if you called me before, but I am working right now, so
That's
sorry for
okay.
that.
Okay,
But
Ashley.
I tried to do the assignment. So for the assignment, learning a second language for me was totally challenge because I didn't have any exposure to the language before my program for the BA. So I started studying that like in a full way when I went to college. But I tried to learn it in high school and in school. That's
Yeah.
why it was a little bit difficult to acquire some grammatical rules, like, for example, the present perfect was the most difficult for me, and also the speaking part because I am introverted person and was really difficult to lose that part in order to speak in public because I thought my pronunciation and if
Who's
the
afraid?
person doesn't
Uh-huh.
understand me, and yeah, I thought a lot of that, but now I think I have improved that. Listen to different series in English, podcasts, and TED Talks have helped me to improve that as well as to use better the present perfect. And yeah, that's it, Professor.
Thank you, Ashley. Thank you for that. María Bermúdez?
Yes, teacher.
Good morning, Maria.
Good morning again. Eh,
Mm,
yes, for me, learn a new language, in this case English, is challenging. Is also open opportunities, but
mhm.
eh, in some cases I have a bit frustration because I didn't understand. And this is the problem when you don't understand many things. For example, my teacher all the time told me, don't think in Spanish. And I ask myself how I can
And do that.
English. How can do that? I have first thing in Spanish and after that translate that. Ah, this
You know, that's the time. Very hard to.
yes, and I remember that. And also, I feel that I'm not immersed in the language because I don't have people around me who
The
speak English.
environment. Uh-huh.
Yes, and also I think that this is a limitation that I have.
Hey, the environment.
Yes,
Very
yes, yes. There are those many things that I face when okay, I think that I'm still facing because I'm still learning.
Yes, everybody still
Yes,
learning. I am
yes,
still learning, people.
yes, and sometimes also I think that we get some
Every day we learn something new. Okay?
yes, yes,
So
and we feel so nervous. Also, I had problem with the past perfect, with
the
the
past perfect. Oh my
yes,
goodness.
teacher, please, but I think that I get that. Also, I
Mm-hmm.
I have to be patient. For example, I have to be patient because we are learning something new.
That is it. You're learning.
Yes, yes, something
What
new.
are
And
learning? Uh-huh.
yes, we have to be patient in this process.
That is it.
Yes, teacher. Thank you.
Okay. Right now I have an activity. After that, we are taking a break. Okay. What is the difference in error and mistake? When you make an error when you are speaking and the mistake, what is the difference? I'm going to put it here on the Padlet as a task, okay? Okay, here I go. Then,
Okay, the difference between a
uh-huh.
mistake and error, right?
Error, okay. I
Uh,
write it. Okay,
yes,
wait.
a
I'm
mistake
going to,
will.
wait a
Mhm.
moment. I'm writing it in the Padlet and you can write your opinion, okay? Mistake, make I don't lose it. Mistake and error. Mhm. Wait a moment. Okay, you can post your information. Okay, mistake and error.
Teacher, did you send it to WhatsApp group?
No, it's in the Padlet.
Okay.
You can use the link, okay? The same link. Because in the WhatsApp group, you have to call Instituto Superior Nueva Luz to make they add you, okay?
Ah, okay, okay. Because
Uh-huh.
I text you
Yes,
to add me
but they
your
have
WhatsApp.
to add you. Uh-huh.
Ah, okay.
You're right. Uh-huh.
Sorry, Professor. This new activity is also based on personal experience, right?
Not necessary. You can look for the definition.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. But taking into account the language, okay? But because we can make many mistakes in another thing, so you can specify that error and mistake, the difference between them in the language speaking, okay? Okay. I am reading your information, Adrianis. Adrianis Guerra.
Yes. Okay, the difference between a mistake and an error, right?
Yep.
So a mistake is typically a one-time accidental action where the person knows the correct form but fails to apply it correctly. Um, on the other side, an error, however, refers to a more systematic problem where the learner consistently uses incorrect language because they don't fully understand the correct rule or concept.
Mm. Okay.
Thank you.
Excellent. Adrianis Guerra.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Danny. Sheila Moreno.
Yes, Professor. Okay, when a learner doesn't have a previous knowledge about the rule,
Mm-hmm.
makes an error because
Yeah.
they do not have the information about it. While a learner makes a mistake when even having the information about rules persists speaking or writing incorrectly. In my opinion, it's so easy to make a mistake because sometimes for the influence of your mother tongue or you want to speak fast and do it incorrectly. Thank you.
But you can correct yourself. Very good, huh? Sheila. A ver aquí. Ashley.
Okay, I have heard that a mistake is an incorrect action or a choice made because of misunderstanding or lack of knowledge. And an error is more general term of a wrong or incorrect result, often related
Mm-hmm.
to rules or system. For example, grammatical error in
Okay.
writing.
Okay. Very good, Ashley. Stephanie.
Yes. Okay. Errors often point to systemic issues, something that can be out of our control, while mistakes are more about individual actions or judgments. Mistakes are more commonly related to human actions and
And
decisions.
decision. Excellent. Very good. Exibel.
Yes, teacher.
Mm-hmm.
An error is a noticeable deviation from the adult grammar of
Mm-hmm.
the speakers and reflects the competence of the learners. An error is most likely not a mistake, an error that reveals a partition of the learner's competence and the type of
Mm-hmm. Okay. There we
uh,
go.
a
A
mistake
mistake.
is self correct. All people make
Ah.
mistakes, and in both native and second language situation.
Okay. Do you can see the difference? Mistake. It can be self-correcting. Okay.
Yes.
Very good. Yexibel Moreno. Huh. Jose Castillo, in your honor. I sent to research that, Jose. Error and mistake. Okay. This can help you, Jose. Jose, hello. You're there. Jose. Adriana Aguilar. Jose is not
Yes,
here.
Professor. Um, Okay, so mistakes are
Hello, no podía abrir el micrófono. Sorry,
Ah, and
I try. I can't.
Adriana speaking. Okay, after Adriana.
Okay.
Adriana?
okay, Professor. Mistakes are defined as accidents made when we already know the information about something specific about the language. We know what we are supposed to say, but the wrong words spit out of our lips. And then
Okay.
we make the corrections just to justify ourselves. It's more like we know what to do, but we mispronounce. On the other
Mm-hmm.
hand, errors are linked to what we do not know yet. It involves any part of language, vocabulary, grammar, or lexical errors, and so on. So what we end doing is guessing these unknown areas with what we
Yeah.
know by now.
So we doing the translation. Oh, oops. More mistake. Okay. Thank you, Adriana Aguilar. Jose Castillo.
Okay. A mistake is a something that we often make due to a lack of knowledge, and an
Mm-hmm.
error is something that we often do consciously, even though we know it is wrong.
Okay. About Jose. Maureen Santa Maria.
Yes, professor. Well, I wrote that a mistake occurs despite what the learner already knows, because it
Mm-hmm.
signifies or means that it's a temporary lapse in linguistic ability. So, for example, when we do a mistake, we commonly we say, "Oh, sorry," we correct ourselves. Okay, and an error can only occur when a learner does not already know a particular language principle. For I
That's
wrote an
it.
example that I go
Mm-hmm.
to the baseball game. So in this is an error because the learner maybe didn't know that the go is an irregular verb, so you use it at ed. Okay, so the learner adds
Past
ed.
tense. Ah.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
so that's
Okay.
one of the common errors. Thank
That's why
you.
they say the best way to learn the language is without using the grammar at the beginning. After that, you have to like try to use the structure, okay? More fastly. Because sometimes we know a lot of grammar and when we're going to speak, we get confused too, okay? Noelia
Yes.
Mendoza, thank you very much, Maureen. Noelia, Noelia. Melanie?
Both refer to doing something wrong. Mistakes are usually considered intentional actions or decisions that are incorrect due to a lapse in judgment, lack of attention, or
Uh-huh.
misunderstanding. Example, I made a mistake in my job application. While error is more formal, and when people have error, it because they lack of the proper knowledge. One example can be computers produce errors when they are not working.
Elia? Same. Okay, at 10, we're going to take a break, 15 minutes only, okay? At 10 o'clock.
Okay, teacher.
See something here. Can you tell me if you can see my screen?
Yes, we
Yes.
can see your screen.
Okay, thank you, my dear. Okay, let's go with approach and method. We have here, what is teaching approach? They say that the set of principles, belief, ideas about the nature of learning, which is translated into the classroom. We can focus in on learner capability, critical thinking, problem solving, and decision making. Okay. Okay, we have more approach here. Approach are connected through teaching method, strategy, and technique. We have teaching method, we have technique, use it to help students achieve their learning objectives and apply the knowledge. And we have teaching strategy that deliver the course material in a way that keep students engaged and practicing different skill set. And also we have teaching technique. It is well can define procedure or step used to accomplish a specific activity or task that commonly we call it lesson plan, okay? We have example here too, example of strategy. We have teaching method. For teaching method, we have guided instruction. The instructor facilitate the learning through explanation. We have teaching strategy. We have cooperative learning. Okay, the smart group of students work and give a task. And we have technique, teaching technique. We have interactive reading. We are reading a text alongside the classroom to create discussion. We have type of the teaching approach, like I love them. Okay, we have different type of teaching approach, like teacher centered, we have student learner centered, we have subject matter centered, we have teacher dominated, banking approach, we have interactive approach, constructivism approach, collaborative approach, direct teaching approach, guide approach, other educational literacy approach, other teaching approach, and integrating approach. Okay, I'm going to give you your topic. Okay, give you a topic for the teaching approach. Maureen, Maureen is here.
Yes, Professor.
Okay, Maureen and Sebastian. Okay, you're going to use the topic teacher center. Do you can see the screen?
Yes, Professor.
Okay. Teacher center. That is Maureen and Sebastian. Okay. Subject matter and centering, Cindy and Jennifer Cosio. Student centering or student learner centering. Okay, Sebastian.
Thank you, teacher. The second, sorry, I was not here.
Okay, the
Have
second
to
one.
make an speech, right?
Okay, yes. Shayla and Cindy. Student learner centering.
Okay.
Okay, Shayla.
Jennifer and Cindy.
Uh-huh. Shayla and Cindy. Shayla and Cindy.
Sorry, Professor. This is for. Can you repeat what is this for, please?
Huh?
What is
This
this
is
for?
for you're going to make a speech, okay? When we come back for a break. We're going to do like a close with this. We have here Shayla and Cindy is Student Learner Center, okay? Student Learner Center. You can find it in your model on the platform. Okay, that is Cindy and Shayla. Jennifer Cosia and Jose Castillo.
Yes.
Jennifer here.
Okay, Jennifer and Jose Castillo is about subject matter center. Subject matter center. You can do it individual form, okay? Adriana Aguilar and Yves Serracin. Teacher dominated. Okay. Teacher dominated.
Okay, Professor.
Have the control of the classroom, okay? Adriana Aguilar and Yves Serracin. Teacher dominated. María Bermúdez and Yesibel. Banking approach. Banking approach. Adriani Guerra and Ashley Duarte. Interactive approach.
Okay, Professor.
Interactive approach. That is Adriani Guerra and Ashley Duarte. Interactive approach. Okay, next, Noelia Mendoza and Stephanie Morales. Constructivism. Approach. That is Stephanie, Noelia Mendoza, and Stephanie Morales constructivism approach. Melanie and Jexibel. Collaborative approach.
Teacher, I have already topic.
Collaborative approach. Who? Don't have no topic?
Yes, you give me banking approach.
Uh-huh. And Jexibel. Let me
Yes.
see. I got Jexibel here, Moreno, and Jezibel. Is the same person?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay. Excuse me. Everybody have the topic? Somebody missing? Is someone missing? Tell me, please. So I'm going to take a break. It's at least 15 minutes. Okay? Starting by now. Okay, this activity you can do it in an individual form.
So each of us present our slide of the topic, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
So right now we're going to take a break, okay? Remember, 15 minutes only. So we have to come back at 10:15 or 10:12. Okay? Some water, people. We have
After
whoever's
the
working.
break, we are going to present a topic, right?
Yeah. But I can give you the opportunity to do more time too, because 15 minutes is it's a little
Yes,
bit not
I have
so much time.
just
Just
to present the speech, or we have to also do like a PowerPoint or
no, you can use the department. That's why
oh
I put in your partner because to make you no PPT or nothing like that. So do your illustration for it, okay? And present, that's all. That's why it's a partner because it takes time doing a and present the PPT. So everybody can see your work, okay? This is a big family of the partner. Okay, so take a break, people. At 10:15, we have to be back.
Thank you.
Okay.
using the methods of normal science. Chomsky's latest incarnation of the generative enterprise, the minimalist program, further advanced linguistic theory as normal science by continued endorsement of Galilean experimental method and by articulating goals fundamental in the natural sciences, including the central goal of seeking explanation through theoretical simplicity and by possible unification with related fields. Chomsky's understanding of and commitments to normal science, rationality, abstraction, and explanation continue to this day to pioneer human understanding of human nature. Of course, who we are has vitally important humanitarian implications regarding how humans should be treated, with repercussions in philosophical, ethical, social, political, psychological, and economic arenas, fields to which Noam has also made profound contributions for well over a half a century, while continuing to do so to this very day. The title of his talk tonight is What is Language and Why Does It Matter? Noam Chomsky.
Well, the title that was supposed to be announced, I don't know if it was, added a personal perspective. And yes, it's a personal perspective because not only is there no consensus about what I'm going to talk about, but actually it's a distinctly minority view in the whole range of fields that kind of converge around these topics. There is consensus on one matter. From the second half of the 20th century, there's been a huge explosion of inquiry into language by any measure you take, scale, character, depth, anything. Far more penetrating work is going on into a vastly greater array of theoretical issues, conceptual issues, and just typologically varied languages far beyond anything before. Many new topics have been opened. The questions that students are working on today could not even be formulated or even imagined half a century ago, or for that matter, much more recently. And new problems and puzzles are coming into view actually more rapidly than old ones are being at least partially resolved. Now, these are all very positive signs of a lively, exciting array of interlinked disciplines. I've got my own reservations about them, to which I'll allude as I continue. I think it's fair to trace this sharp and unmistakable change in large part to new options that became available in the mid-20th century. Options for considering more seriously the most fundamental question about language, namely, what is it? By that time, advances in the formal sciences had enabled a clear formulation and understanding of what we ought to recognize to be the most basic property of language. I'll refer to it from now on as just the basic property, namely that each language provides an unbounded array of hierarchically structured expressions that receive interpretations both internally and externally. Externally through the sensory motor system, internally some rather obscure system of thought that we know is there but don't know much about it. Conceptual, intentional interface, sometimes called for mental processing. That allows the ability to formulate this for the first time, really, allows a substantive formulation of a classical dictum, goes back at least to Aristotle, that language is sound with meaning. Before that, you could say it, but you didn't exactly know what it meant, especially if the word with was obscure. What does it mean to have sound with meaning? Work of recent years, as I'm sure you all know, shows that sound is much too narrow, but I'll keep to it for simplicity. And I think there's pretty good reason, I'll return to it, to suggest that the classic formulation is misleading in important ways and ought to be revised. Well, just given that much, follows that each language incorporates a computational procedure which satisfies the basic property, the one I just mentioned. And therefore, by definition, a theory of each language is what's called a generative grammar, and each language is what's been called an I language. I here stands for internal to an individual, and intentional. Intentional here with an S means you're interested in discovering the actual computational procedure, not some set of objects that it enumerates. Technically, that would be what it strongly generates. There are other notions, like weak generative capacity and what some people, not me, call e-language. Whatever that is, these are derivative notions. I have to apologize for that term. It's actually my term, but it's not used the way I would have ever used, and I don't understand how it's used, frankly. It seems to be used to mean something like corpus or something like that, but that's not a coherent notion. I don't know if weak generative capacity and the e-language or whatever it is are even definable for natural language. These are questions that were discussed quite a lot about in the 1950s, so a lot seems to have been forgotten, judging by the literature. Well, correspondingly, every approach to language, no matter what it is, sociolinguistic, whatever, should recognize at least the one perfectly obvious fact. Each language is a property of an individual. It's internal to that individual, mostly to the mind, the brain. That's what's sometimes now called the biolinguistic framework, but it really should be a truism. Whatever this core concept must be understood to be a prerequisite to any further inquiries. There are plenty of further inquiries. They go into all kinds of topics, acquisition, use, origin of languages, language in society, the internal mechanisms that implement the systems. That means both the system of knowledge, competence, and the various uses, the performance to distinct but related tasks. Well, evidently, investigation of these further topics relies on guidelines, maybe they're at least tacit, but they have to be there somewhere, which are provided by the answer to the question of what language is. That shouldn't be considered controversial. So, for example, no biologist would dream of proposing an account for the development or the evolution of the eye without telling you first something pretty definite about what an eye is. And the same truism, and of course it's truism, should hold of inquiries into language. Regrettably, it doesn't, but it should. In earlier years, before this shift became possible, the basic property did resist clear formulation. In fact, it was also even true in mathematics. Even the notion of proof, basic notion, wasn't really closely understood until a little over a century ago, and linguistics even more so. So you take some of the classical literature, so for example, the Saussure's Centenaries coming up right now. For him, language, in the relevant sense of language, is a storehouse of words and images in the brains of a collectivity of individuals founded on what he called a sort of contract. For Bloomfield, language, I'm quoting, is an array of habits to respond to situations with conventional speech sounds and to respond to these sounds with actions. He gives another different definition in his Postulates for the Science of Language, 1920s. Here, language is the totality of utterances made in a speech community. That's something like William Dwight Whitney's traditional conception of language as the sum of words and phrases by which any man expresses his thought. That's what he called audible thinking. That's a slightly different conception in ways to which I'll return. Edward Sapir defines language as a purely human and non-distinctive method of communication, communicating ideas, emotions, and desires by means of a system of voluntarily produced symbols. Those are the classics. There's others from less famous figures which are similar. And with such conceptions, it's perfectly natural to follow what Martin Jost called the Boasian tradition, referring to Franz Boas, holding that languages can differ arbitrarily and that every new language should be studied without any preconceptions. Obviously, it can't be literally true, but something like that seemed natural. So accordingly, linguistic theory can consist of nothing more than a collection of modes of analysis, procedures of analytic procedures to reduce a corpus to some organized form, basically procedures of segmentation and classification worked out considerable detail, both in European and American structural linguistics. Well, the shift of perspective to generative grammar within the biolinguistic framework opened the way to much more far-reaching inquiry into language and language-related topics, and it also greatly enriched the variety of evidence that bears on the study of each individual language. So it's not just a matter of organizing the data of that language, but if you're studying, say, Japanese, you can study acquisition, neuroscience, dissociations of linguistic and other cognitive capacities, much else. And you can also, if you're studying Japanese, learn from what's discovered in the study of Walbury or any other language. That's all on the basis of a pretty obvious and quite well-confirmed assumption that the capacity for language relies on shared biological properties. As far as we know, virtually totally shared, no known group differences. Now, that's the topic of UG, universal grammar, contemporary adaptation of a traditional phrase. Doesn't mean what it meant traditionally. Well, in earlier years, it was understandable that the question, what is language, it received only such indefinite answers as the ones I've just alluded to, ignoring completely the basic property. It's, however, I think, kind of surprising to find that similar answers remain current in contemporary cognitive science. Not untypical is a study in a current journal, Frontiers of Psychology, study of evolution of language. It characterizes language only, this is by well-known people, I'll skip the names, characterizes language as the full suite of abilities to map sound to meaning. That's language. That's basically a reiteration of Aristotle's dictum. It's much too empty to ground any further inquiry. Again, no biologist would study evolution of the visual system assuming no more about the phenotype than that it provides, paraphrase, the full suite of abilities to map stimuli to percepts. Couldn't get off the ground that way, or in this case. Well, there are also broader reasons to be concerned with the question, what is language? There's a fairly clear indication of these and some interesting comments by one of the leading scientists who studies human evolution, a recent book by Ian Tattersall. It's a review of currently available scientific evidence. He observes that it was once believed that the evolutionary record would yield early harbingers of our later selves. The reality, however, is otherwise, for it's becoming increasingly clear that the acquisition of the uniquely modern human sensibility was instead an abrupt and recent event. He actually dates it in the very narrow window of about 50 to 100,000 years ago, and goes on to say that the expression of this new sensibility was almost certainly crucially abetted by the invention of what is perhaps the single most remarkable thing about our modern selves, namely language. Therefore, an answer to the question, what is language, matters very greatly to anyone concerned with understanding our modern selves, Homo sapiens. The founders of modern biology, of course, they lacked the evidence of current science that Tattersall's reviewing, but they adopted kind of a similar view. So Darwin, for example, wrote that Man differs from animals solely in his almost infinitely larger power of associating the most diversified sounds and ideas. That's an infinite version of Aristotle's dictum. Of course, the phrase almost infinite, that's a traditional phrase, but we should interpret it as meaning infinite because there's no sense to almost infinite. You can't, and it also similarly makes no sense. I'm sorry if this offends lovers of big data, but it makes no sense to contemplate huge, finite, non-extendable lists. That's close to meaningless.
Okay.
Something else that should be kept in mind, unfortunately. Well, even earlier than Darwin, at the origins of modern science, Galileo was entranced by what he called a marvelous invention that provides the means to construct from 25 or 30 sounds the infinity of expressions that enable us to reveal everything we think and all the movements of our soul, all of our mental acts, we would say. That's audible thought in Whitney's phrase, but Galileo went beyond by recognizing the unbounded character of each language. It's unusual, though it's an obvious point. In fact, if you look over the whole history of 2,500 years of history of inquiry into language, it's extremely hard. I've been able to find 4 or 5 cases where anyone actually pointed this out explicitly. Maybe they knew it, but well, the same recognition as Galileo's and a much deeper concern for the creative character of language use, of normal use of language, that pretty soon became a core element of Cartesian science, what we call philosophy. There's no reason today to doubt the fundamental insight of Descartes that use of language has a creative character. It's unbounded, typically innovative, no limits. It's appropriate to situations, but not caused by them. That's quite a crucial distinction. And it can engender thoughts in others that they recognize they could have expressed themselves without limits. It's a critical insight, crucial for the history of philosophy, but should be for modern cognitive science and linguistics today. We should also bear in mind that an aphorism of Humboldt's that's often quoted these days, namely that he said that language involves infinite use of finite means. He's talking about use.
Okay, people, we back.
Hello, teacher.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. My goodness, people, you're working hard. You're a hard worker.
So, teacher, you wanna give us time to prepare our
Yes.
topics?
Sure. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. No problem.
Hi, teacher, I'm ready. I already posted my information in Padlet, so I don't know. Just let me know.
Let me see event.
Where is Padlet? Oh, you don't look.
See, event?
Yes.
Do you want to start?
Yes.
Okay. Let me see something here. Wait a moment. Wait a moment. Wait a moment. And you can start then.
Are you going to present the screen?
Uh-huh. Wait.
You know that I thought the Padlet was just for the first activities and I didn't enroll my information about errors and mistakes.
But you can post it there if you want.
Now that you mentioned about Padlet again, then I saw the conditions.
You got
So
information.
yes.
Okay, then.
Okay, my
Very
topic was teacher dominated.
okay.
I found that when a classroom or educational environment is described as teacher dominated, it means that the teacher has a central controlling role. So the teacher take control of the class. In other words, do everything as the teacher wants. So here
Uh-huh.
I have some other details about the teaching style. It says
Huh?
that the teacher is primarily responsible for delivering information. Um, the focus is often on lectures and direct instruction. Students may participate, but in a limited way. When the teacher asks for any information, raise your hand and give your opinion, something like that. So this is the moment the students participate. About the classroom dynamics, the teacher has the authority and control over the classroom environment. Decisions about what is taught, how it's taught, so the strategies, the tools, everything, how the students assess the activities is controlled by the teacher.
Okay.
The student role maybe take a more passive role,
Yeah.
formation,
Uh-huh.
absorbing, responding or answering questions when the teacher give the opportunity. So they
Mhm.
are like controlled every time.
They
Uh,
say student opportunity for student input. Mm-hmm.
Yes, opportunity for student input, exploration, and interpretation will be limited. So they all the time like you have only minutes or just answer about this or complete this information. So they have a
Yeah,
limit.
that is the time. Okay.
Yes. About the feedback, well, evaluation and feedback are primarily given by the teacher. There may be less emphasis on peer assessment or self-assessment. The teacher evaluate everything. The positive of this approach is that can be effective when the professor or teacher is introducing new concept, new informations that require the student's attention. At this point, well, it can work well. But
I
in
see.
contrast, a student center or participatory approaches focus more on a student's input and collaboration. So depending in the moment of the class or depending in how the class goes, then the teacher, we as a teachers can use this, as I said before, when we are
Okay.
introducing a topic, but after that we have like to change, to move, to make a change and give the opportunity for the students using another approach.
Okay, very good. Okay, in this approach, teacher have to engage the students to her classroom, okay? Or the topic. Try to engage them, okay? No matter the level, but try to engage them. Because not the level is the same. You work with small kids, 6, 7 years old, it's not so easy, okay? So let me see. Who else already? Thank you for that.
Me, Professor.
Yvette. Thank you, Yvette, for your participation.
You're welcome.
Good job. Okay. Who else?
Me, Melanie.
Melanie. Okay, Melanie, let me look for you. Melanie. Uh-huh. I let's see. Oh, with Jexibel? Your approach is the name of your approach, Melanie?
Collaborative. I think I
Okay,
am wrong.
collaborative. Okay. Okay. Collaborative approach. Okay.
Collaborative
Let
learning
me look for
approach
yours.
both.
Wait. I am looking for yours. Okay. Wait a moment. Wait a moment. Adrián, Sheila, Stephanie, Sylvain, Melanie. Both?
No, that's the
That's
passive.
the last one. Let me see. Hold on. Here. Is this one?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Melanie.
A collaborative learning approach involves students working together on activities or learning tasks in a group of small, enough to ensure that everyone participate. The students may work on separate tasks, contributing to a common overall outcome, or work together on a shared task. This approach engage learners to process information and concepts rather than using rote memorization of facts and figures through defending their position, listening to other viewpoints, and articulating their points. Learners will gain a more complete understanding as a group that they could as individual. Some examples of this activity can be pair, group
Group.
discussion, completing shared tasks like mashing, raking, activities or game with a competitive element like bingo, drama,
They love bingo.
or role play,
Uh-huh.
or information exchange like jigsaw activity. Some key features of this approach is the purpose of activity. Collaborative learning helps to satisfy the purpose of the activity with equal and distributed efforts of all team members. Individual learning goals. It helps the students to accept new challenges and work on different parts of the project with help of other students. Something that I would like to add is I think it's best when the professor create the groups because in that way the students work with different people and not with the same, like their friends.
That is a good advice. Thank you for that.
Individual learning goals. It helps the students to accept, that's already said. Enhancing friendships and teamwork. This helps the students to make friends across the institute, having same interests, and build a series of network. And delegation of skills, distributing the responsibilities of work with the team members as a per the experience and interest.
Okay. Delegation skill. That is what you already done. Okay. Excellent, Melanie. Thank you. We can use it a lot in different activities. Okay. Let me see. Maureen.
Yes, Professor. Let me see.
Let's see if I find yours. You're not ready. Are you ready?
No, I was about to just publish the information. Don't worry.
Okay.
Okay, now I think it's there, right?
Yeah. I refresh it. Okay.
Okay, yeah. So my teaching approach is the teacher-centered approach. So we have here the definition that is based on the idea that the teacher has the main responsibility in the classroom, right, in the learning environment. So the teachers are in charge of the classroom and direct all the activities. So we can say that like the main characteristic of this teacher-centered approach that students are just sit in the individual desks that face the teacher, right? They are like
Uh,
passive learners, and the
mhm.
teachers are in charge of the classroom and like giving all the instructions. And most classroom time is spent with the teacher explaining concepts and assigning individual verbs. And as I told you, students passively absorb the information while the teacher just explain.
Yeah.
Well, this is a very controversial teacher-centered approach because I think
Approach.
it's yes, it has
Uh,
more criticisms because one of the disadvantages is it not may allow students to do critical thinking or problem solving. So the students they don't have the enough freedoms to think and to be creative in the classroom, right? It has
mhm.
lack of analytical thinking and problem solving, and of
And
course
more
it doesn't.
disadvantage. Mhm.
Yes, that's right. It doesn't meet all the students' needs and learning styles because the teacher just adjusts like the one way learning or teaching, and there is no creativity, right? Okay,
Yeah.
so you see here some examples of this one, like the direct instruction, like lecturing, the structure you present the materials, steering a rise, the hands and answering questions, the direct instruction, sorry, discussion, where the teacher have many questions for the students, and so it led the students to the final conclusion or outcomes. And finally, the guide instruction that here, this is basically where the teacher assign individual tasks. So at the end, they have a little of practice about the language. So that's it. Thank you.
Wow. Really? Teacher sounds. Okay. Thank you, Maureen. Sebastian. Sebastian.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Morning, Sebastian.
Again, okay, teacher center approach. Well, my partner said almost everything, so I'm going to add.
She said everything, really, Sebastian?
Yeah, but I'm going to add some
You're going to add
information.
something? Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah. Yes, a teacher center approach refers to a style of
Nice,
instruction
Sebastian.
where the teacher is the primary authority and central figure in the classroom. That means that the teacher direct the learning process and provide the information, control the pace and structure of lesson, while the students play a more passive role
Mm-hmm.
as a recipients of knowledge. This traditional model of teaching contrasts with the student-centered approach, where learners have more responsibility and active involvement in their education.
Yeah.
So some characteristics of this approach is the teacher work as an authority in the
Authority.
classroom.
Uh-huh.
The teacher is viewed as the expert who impact the knowledge and
Mm-hmm.
control the classroom activities and set the learning objectives. Also, the students are expected to listen, take notes, and absorb all the content present by the teacher. Another
Okay.
characteristic is the lecture based in the instructions.
Mhm.
That means that the lessons are often delivered through lectures with the teacher doing most of the talking. Students may take notes and participate when called upon, but generally have limited interactions, as my partner said, during the presentation of the new material.
Okay, very good.
And the teacher control, it means the teacher control the pace of learning, deciding what topic we cover and how much time we'll spend on each. They also manage classroom discipline and determine how students will be assessed. So students follow the teacher plan and have limited input into the learning process. What else? Focus on memorization and rote learning. Teacher-centered approach often emphasize memorization, repetition, and the mastery of facts and rules. I think this is good when we are learning a second language because the repetition is the way we learn our first
Yeah,
language.
yeah, not to
So this
drink.
one,
Uh-huh.
yeah. So this gonna help us to learn the same way we learn our first language. Is maybe it's the same way we can use to learn a second language.
Okay, very good.
There may be less emphasis on critical thinking, problem solving, creativity. Creativity.
Mhm. Very
Also,
good.
also with this approach, there are minimal student interaction. In a teacher-centered classroom, there is often a limited collaboration or group work, where the student may ask questions. Most interaction flow from teacher to student, with less emphasis on peer-to-peer discussion or student-led activities.
Okay.
So in other words, I can say the teacher-centered approach emphasizes the teacher role as the authority and primary source of knowledge, with the students playing a more passive role.
Yes, that's it. Okay, thank you, Sebastian. Okay, Sheila,
Yes, Professor.
are you ready or not yet?
Yes, we are ready. Cindy is going to start with the presentation.
Okay, Cindy, let me see. Sheila, this students. Are looking for Diana Aguilar.
A little bit
Cindy.
up. Uh-huh. Y-
Cindy Gonzalez and Sheila. Ah, it's okay.
yes,
I
right.
found
Okay, good
Okay.
morning. We are going to speak about student learner center. In this
It's Sheila.
approach,
Mhm.
it's more focused on the student and their needs. And here, the only one who speaks is not the teacher. Here, the teacher motivates the student to speak more and work in group,
Okay. Mm-hmm.
and they try to
They have
make
to
the
work.
class more interactive and personalized. The teacher not only just deliver the information, they try the make the students to make critical thinking and solving problems. Now my partner Sheila is going to explain the advantage of this approach.
Approach. Okay.
Yes, okay. This is a very good approach and it has many advantages. Like it encourages active learning because students are more engaged and involved in their education. For example, when they are in a brainstorm activity, it also promotes critical thinking because it helps students develop problem solving and analytical skills. For example, in a project that they have to develop um, a specific goal. It also improves retention because students are more actively involved. They tend to remember and understand the material better.
Yeah.
And one good example for this is a role play. Another advantage is that they can personalize learning. It caters to individual needs and learning styles, making education more flexible and effective. They can do demonstrations in this with this advantage. And the last advantage that I would like to mention is that it builds confidence because they are practicing every day with the activities and they are focused in learning the material.
Yeah,
They have a responsibility
I'd like to
in
say
their
that.
own knowledge, in the acquisition of their own knowledge. But here we present the advantages, but it also has a disadvantage that I would like to mention, and it is that some students can miss information because of lack of lectures um from the teacher. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, very good. That is Cindy and Shayla.
Teacher, sorry,
Okay,
can I be as volunteer because I have some trouble with my connection today. I don't know what happened with
okay,
the internet.
yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, send
Okay,
information on the WhatsApp on the chat, okay? Who already done? Try to write a short lesson plan using your approach. The topic is by free, okay? Not so long.
okay. Okay, and the topic is subject matter centered. Subject centered design is an educational approach that places a significant emphasis on subject areas or discipline within the curriculum. It is also known as a subject-based or discipline-based design. The central objective of any subject-centered approach to curriculum is the student mastery of content knowledge. The teachers present content and skill to students in a logical sequence. This step-by-step approach ensures that students gain all the information and the skill needs to master these content areas. This is a little
Steven.
Jennifer teacher.
Jennifer.
Yes.
Jennifer Cosio. Uh-huh.
Yes.
Okay.
There is a little or no emphasis on the overlap of various subjects. Teacher only present the subject matter from their individual subject and area only accountable for student mastery on their content area. We can see this kind of approaches when we teach science or math or any other subject in English that the
Yeah,
curriculum of the school, offer to the students.
yeah.
So it's a kind of approach to teach other subjects, right? Basically. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Jennifer. Remember this, the lesson is very short, okay? Jose Castillo.
Yes, subject matter centered in education, a fundamental practice for enhancing studying, learning, and academic development. In a world full of distraction and overwhelming amount of information, focus on the subject matter becomes an essential tool for effective teaching. This approach involves diving into a specific topic, exploring its case aspect, and allowing, allowing students to build soil and detailed knowledge. Being subject matter centered means provi- provide students with the opportunity to explore its concept in the depth instead of skimming over many topics superficially. We take the time to explore one thoroughly, enabling students to understand not only the what and how, but also the why.
The one.
This, yes, this
Okay.
approach not only strengthens their understanding, but also foster critical skills such as analysis, synthesis, and the application of knowledge in the real world context. Thank
Very
you.
important, the real world. Okay,
Yes.
thank you, Jose. Adriana Aguilar.
Yes, Professor. Give me a second, please.
I'm looking for your coach, Adriana.
Okay, Professor. Um,
Fine.
so,
Teacher dominated. And
okay. So, well, my other classmate also said most of it. So this approach refers to a teaching style where the teacher plays the central role in directing the learning process, while students play on a more passive role. In here, the teacher is the only source of reliable information and is the only voice heard in the classroom. This means that the professor is structuring the class without necessarily listening to the students' needs. And this also means that everything is decided by the professor, from what to teach, how to teach it, and how the students will be assessed. So here are some characteristics. So the teacher is the expert basically. All information comes from the teacher and the students just listen, take notes, and follow the instructions. Um, this is lecture based, which is the instruction is when the classes are delivered by the direct instructions, the materials are given and the concepts are explained. In here, just questions and answers are given. Following up, the students are expected to absorb the information rather than participating in class and giving their input. This focuses more on memorization. Methodical learning is preferred. There is little to no room for critical thinking or creativity. So in short, the created curriculum is completely structured to the ideas of the teacher. Everything is pre-planned, and the length of the class is also decided by the teacher. In short, this approach can be really direct and leave little to no room for input from the students. It can be effective for other areas, and also it will not be suitable for other activities which require critical thinking, as I said. Some cons of this could be like little student engagement, so no critical thinking, one approach for every student, like one size fits all, which is not correct. And some of the pros of this approach could be like giving direct teaching, clear expectations of what the
expectation.
students of what the students need to do, good classroom management, and specific knowledge given.
Because none of them learn the same.
Not at all.
You're very slow and somebody very fast. So you take your time. Okay. Thank you, Adriana. Thank you, Adriana. Maria Bermudez. You ready, Maria? Or
Yes,
not yet? Yeah.
yes,
Ah,
teacher. Okay. The topic is
Banking.
banking approach. Yes.
Mhm.
Banking approach, it means the method of teaching in which the teacher deposits his or her knowledge and ideas in students' mind, whether the information is important or not. Key features: passive learning. Students are seen as passive recipients of knowledge rather than active participants in the learning process. Teacher-centered. The teacher is the authority figure who imparts information while the
Mhm.
students are expected to memorize and regulate it.
yes, yes. Now
Yeah.
I'm going to
Okay.
yes, yes.
Okay.
Now I'm going to add some problem we that we'll face in this topic. For example, prepare prevent students from developing skills that make themselves fair-minded critical thinker. It means that they don't develop their critical thinking. And another that we are going to find is that promotes that student to depend only in the teacher. This does not make the learner to reflect and connect in real life what he or she was taught. In conclusion, we have the baking approach highlight the limitation of traditional education methods that
The time.
prioritize
Uh,
raw learning over critical engagement, moving toward more participatory and interactive educational models can foster deeper understanding and empower students as active learning.
yes.
Now we have like afraid students are just passive agents of learning. It means that students receive the information from the teacher, but we can also make a lot of things with this information that we receive from him or her.
Okay. Thank
Yes,
you very much for that.
yes, teacher. Thank you.
Okay. Adriani Guerra, remember the lesson, people, the short lesson about your approach.
I'm here.
Okay.
Interactive approach.
Your approach. Uh-huh. Ashley,
Adrianis.
Adrianis.
Well, an interactive approach
Oh, yes. Okay.
probably up to here. Scroll down, please. The box in purple. This one
Uh-huh. Okay.
here. An interactive approach in teaching focuses on active engagement and communication, yeah, between the teacher and students. It emphasizes student participation through activities like discussions, group work,
Mm-hmm.
and collaborative problem solving. This approach encourages students to think critically, ask questions, and interact with the content and peers, creating a more dynamic and immersive learning experience. The interactive approach is especially useful for fostering a deeper understanding of material and developing communication and teamwork skills. Um, the objective of this approach is to have an interactive class where the students um, is talk more than the teacher.
Yeah.
I very like this approach and I apply them in the classroom every time I can because as a teacher, I want my students
Interaction.
to use the language and I give the
Okay.
opportunity to them to participate, to ask questions because this is the way they are learning. It
That's
doesn't
it.
it doesn't matter if they say something wrong because they are learning. They are in the classroom to 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 get new knowledge. Um, and my role is to guide them, is to facilitate them the the structure of everything they want or they need in the as a teacher, I think we need more interactive, sorry, classrooms. So this is my participation.
Thank you for that. Adrianis.
Yes.
Ashley Duarte.
Yes, Professor. In order to contribute about the same topic interactive approach, I found, like my colleague mentioned, that it is about making learning active and engaging instead of memorizing rules and vocabulary. So in this case, learners, the teaching methods need to be focused on learners' participation in class. There are some characteristics that it includes like communicative activities like discussions, speeches in class, in which the students can develop the language in an oral form. Because this prepares them for real life situations like ask for the menu in a restaurant. Then we have also peer interaction in which the students can work in group to discuss a topic or solve a problem and make this assignment together so that they can share their opinion and talks about the assigned topic. Um, Also, we have task-based learning in which the student can complete the project or a presentation, making a video, or any other interactive technological tool they can access to in order to make it different and innovative.
Yes, that's right.
It is also to receive feedback and reflection because after this activity, the teacher and the classmates can give the student feedback for the use of the language and think about what went well and what can be improved, which is really important. Like um, monitor the progress for the language learning. We also need technology integration
We need it right now. Yeah, we use technology. Yeah.
in which the students can use different on every single thing that we can do is through our devices, like technological devices like computer, cell phone, and it is like our technological tool for make almost everything in our life, daily life. Sorry. We also have like a cultural context in which the students, that second language learner, can have a better idea about the tradition of different countries where the language is spoken, helping them to understand how to use the language appropriately
Yes.
in different situations. Since culture is part of the language, as a second language learner and teachers, we need to know about that. I also have some examples like role plays, group discussions, and projects in order to uh, approach in class. Uh, to sum up, the goal of this approach is to make learning the language more interesting and useful by using it practical ways.
Okay,
Thank
more
you.
dynamic. Okay, excellent. Ashley. Ashley, well,
Yes,
okay.
Professor.
Thank you for that, Ashley. Noelia Mendoza.
Teacher, I will speak for Noelia because she can't at this moment. So if I'm allowed to read about her information and also provide my information.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Um,
Our
then this
our
is
yes, our approach is the constructivist.
constructivism. Okay. Let me see where it is. This one.
Yes, correct.
Uh-huh.
Okay. In Noelia's information, I will read it. Okay.
Uh-huh.
constructivist approach to learning is a highly effective as it emphasizes active participation and critical thinking by encouraging learners to build their own understanding through exploration, collaboration, and reflection. This approach fosters deeper engagement with the materials. It values the learner's experience and perspective, promoting a sense of ownership over their education. Additionally, the constructive approach helps develop essential skills such as problem solving and adaptability, which are crucial in today's rapidly changing world. Overall, this method not only enhances knowledge retention but also prepares individuals to apply what they have learned in real life situations. Okay, in my opinion, the
Yeah.
constructive approach represents a shift from traditional didactic teaching methods to a more dynamic and learner-driven model. It aligned well with the idea that learning is an active, ongoing process of making sense of the world by emphasizing activities, engagement, real world relevance, and social interaction. It
Huh?
aims to create a richer and more meaningful learning experience. This approach acknowledges that learners bring their own backgrounds, experiences, and perspective to the learning process, and it respects the diversity of ways in which people come to understand and know the world.
That is it. Excellent.
Thank you.
Okay, people, good job. Someone is missing? One is missing. Okay, do you start your lesson plan? Not so long, very short, and the topic is free.
So do we have to deliver in the Padlet to the lesson plan, teacher?
Yeah, yes, please, because we are ending with that. We're doing a close, a very small close.
Sir, could you say it again, please? I couldn't hear you very well.
You have to try to make a mini lesson with your approach, a lesson plan. The topic is could be free, okay? Any topic that you would like. You want to know about the lesson plan? I can give you an example of a lesson plan.
Okay,
Yes, please.
the lesson plan is based of the topic uh,
The
of the
approach
speech.
that we
Yeah, the approach that you already done.
Okay, thank you.
You use already,
But any topic.
Any topic is by free. If you want to select fruit, if you want to select a community person that work in a community, food.
Professor, can you
But
give the example, please?
yeah, let me look for an example for you. Okay. I'm looking for an example for you. Okay. Yes, Mhm. Okay, I'm going to show you the example. Mhm. Okay, tongue. Okay, do you can see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, this is an example, okay? Very short, not so long, okay? You can put the objective, the content. Also, if you want the vocabulary you're going to use, okay? Select how you want to do it, okay? There's an instrument. This part is like that we say in Spanish is beyond the classes. This part, what you going to do there. As a teacher, we do this every day, every single day. We have at the beginning of the class, during the class, and the closing. Very short, not so long, okay? Or even if you want, you can do only this part, the lesson structure only, if you want to, okay?
Teacher,
Okay, Shayla, ready? Shayla.
Yes, we are.
Wow, people, congratulations. So you can start.
Okay. Eh, it was so quickly to do it, so fast.
Yeah.
but we try to do something.
Something, yeah.
Uh, yes,
That is
applying
the idea.
the student center approach. In
Uh-huh.
this case, the class is conversation, and the topic is describing your favorite singer for eighth graders. The objective here was a student will be able to articulate their preferences for a favorite singer, providing detailed reasons for their choice and engaging in a confident conversation about their musical interests. The vocabulary here is singer, favorite, talented, genre, voice, performance, concert, popular, lyrics, style, music, album, band, inspired, and famous. Okay, now Cindy is going to explain the rest of that,
Okay, Cindy.
the short lesson plan.
Okay. Minute for the opening. The first game is Guess Who, where the teacher describes a famous singer without naming them, encouraging students to guess the identity of the singer. Then, ask the students to share the name of their favorite singer with the classmate. Just 1 minute. And they have to present a model description of a favorite singer highlighting characteristics of the singer. And discuss the structure of a good explanation, introduction, main points with example and conclusion. For
Wow,
the
people.
development activity,
Mm-hmm.
the students are divided into small groups of 3 or 4
Mm-hmm.
and provide them a worksheet to help the students brainstorm ideas about their favorite singers. Have students practice their explanation with the groups in pairs and monitor the students' performance by listening the group discussions. And for closing, conduct a quiet favorite singer gallery walk where students post a single sentence about their favorite singer on the classroom walls. And then have
Wow.
students a silent walk around the room and read
Okay.
the other choices of their partners.
Okay, that based on the student-centered interaction.
Right.
Okay, people. Applause. Well, good job. Oh, you got it firstly. Wow, people. Somebody else?
Me, teacher Jennifer Kose.
Jennifer Cosio? Let me look for yours, Jennifer.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. I find it.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, Jennifer.
Um, as my approach is subject matter center.
Okay.
I take in this case a science class for third grade to
Okay.
introduce. Mhm. Because this like this approach is based on this in a specific subject, in this case science for a student for the third.
Yes, that is it.
Mhm.
Very
Introducing the
good.
topic is introducing to plants, like a 45 minutes
A
class.
minute. Okay.
Minutes, yes. Lesson objective to identify the basic part of the plants and their functions, understanding the basic needs, recognize the different type of plant and their habits. Um, Material, pictures, real plants, because maybe previously we sent to, the homework to bring to the classroom leaf and any other part of the plants. So
Yeah.
working in this class, yes,
You have to turn in. Uh-huh. Okay.
chart the plants diagrams in this kind of classes, and those levels is usually common to work with worksheets to
Yeah.
identify the part of the plants. So I like to use in classes a lot of visual aids. So I would like to introduce with a short video about
Mm-hmm.
the plant
Mm-hmm.
student if we have, if we can or have the tool, and something short, and then get to the activities. Gave them instruction about the part of the plant, the root, the stem, the leaf, and flower, and that's going to be our vocabulary for this class.
Okay.
Plant
Excellent.
needs. What are the plant of the needs? Needs plant: water, sunlight, air, soil, and guide practice, because always I is very important. Give the content, but also immediately make some practice that the student
Okay.
can apply the knowledge, and
What they
hands-on
know.
activity. Maybe take like 10 minutes, and then conclude the class, summarizing all the activities and the part of the plans, the names, and so on.
Excellent. Wow, people. Wow. Very good. Who else as a volunteer?
And
Adrianis and
Who?
Ashley. Adrianis and Ashley.
Ashley?
Yes.
Okay, this one. Lesson plan part. Okay.
We also use the topic parts of the plan, but with the interactive approach.
Okay.
Yeah, this is our lesson plan for fourth grade students. The objective student will identify and understand the functions of different parts of a plant. The materials for our lessons are a large poster plan with parts,
Okay.
a small paper plant diagram, and markers, scissors, glue sticks, where the students are going to use. The new part is introduction. It will take 5 minutes, where the teacher begin by showing the poster to the students, and then the teacher have to explain, the 4 or 5 part of the plant: root, stem, leaf, fruit, and flowers. We have to ask the student if they know what a part does. My classmate Ashley going to
Okay.
be explaining our.
Continue.
Yes.
The middle or the okay.
Okay, to continue with the presentation, we have for the middle assignment
Okay.
2 activities. The first one is a plant part matching, which will be done in 10 minutes. So the steps are to divide the students into small groups, then give each group a set of a small paper plant diagrams with blank labels. Number 3, have the students to cut out and glue labels on their diagrams to match the parts on the plant on the poster. And the number 4 will be to walk around to assist and discuss the function of each part of the work. The second activity consists on the function charade, which will be done in 10 minutes. It will be done in 2 steps. The first one is to have the student to take turns acting out the function of the different plant parts without speaking. Example: roots absorbing water, leaves capturing sunlight. The
Excellent.
second one will be the rest of the class guesses which plant part is being represented, and what is its function. And the closing activity will be done in 5 minutes. It is only to review what the students learn about this topic. And the second one is to ask a few students to share what they learn about the parts of the plant. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Wow, people, excellent. Nice job. Okay. More volunteer here.
yes, teacher.
Jose,
Yes,
let me see
it's
where is yours.
it's a very short lesson plan, but in the practice is not so short.
Okay. Yours.
The lesson plan is about the exploring the planet of the solar system
Uh-huh.
uh, to third grade.
Third grade. Uh-huh.
45 minutes is focused in the subject matter centered planet of the solar system. The objective is identify the eighth planet of the solar system, understand the order of the planet from the sun, classify the
Agriculture is a
planet.
fair.
Yes.
Pluto is a fair. Okay.
What?
Pluto is a fair. Okay.
Okay. And
Uh-huh.
the introduction is the 5 minutes. Engage show an image of the solar
Uh-huh.
system and ask a student what they know about the planet. The object sharing is briefly explaining that they will learn about the planet and their order. Developed 30 minutes. The step one is quick the presentation, 10 minutes. Show image of the planet and discuss key facts, size, type, and order. Step two, hand-on activity, 20 minutes. Task in pair, student create a mini solar system model on paper using circles to represent the planets and leveling each. Guidance monitor and help students with the planet order and characteristics. And the closing is the 10 minute review as a few students to share their models and describe the order of the planet and recap case points and ask why under theme the planet might be by important.
Okay.
That's it, the lesson plan.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. Excellent.
Okay.
Yes. As a volunteer.
Yes, me, teacher Sebastian.
Okay, Sebastian. Okay. Let me look for you, Sebastian. I think I saw it before. Mm. Uh-huh. Lesson plan. Centered approach.
Yes.
No.
Well, the topic I took for this class is the simple present tense. The duration of the class is 45 minutes. So the objective of the class, by the end of the lesson, the student will be able to define the simple present, identify the correct structure of simple present tense, and construct the correct structure of simple present tense, and construct sentence in the simple present tense using correct subject, verb, and agreement. So the materials are the common materials we use in the classroom nowadays. For example, whiteboard and marker, PowerPoint slides, and worksheets. Cardboard for sentence and correction exercise. So the lesson structure start with the introductions, that is 5 minutes.
Mhm.
In the introductions, we are going to read the students and introduce the topic. For example, today we learn about the simple present tense, how we use it to describe habits, general truths, and routines. And I briefly explain why the simple present tense is important in everyday communication. The teacher explanation and the lecture, in this case, going to take 20 minutes. What is defined the simple present tense? Explain that the simple present tense is used to express actions that are habitual general truths or things that happen regularly. Also, the structure, they're going to learn how to structure in affirmative, negative, and question the correct structure. The subject verb agreement, that is emphasize how the verb change based on the subject. For example, for third person singular, he, she, it, the verb takes an s or es ending depending of the grammar rules. For that explanation, we're going to use PowerPoint slides to display rules and examples, and write additional examples on the whiteboard. The guide practice going to take 10 minutes. Is drill exercise where the student going to write sentence on the board and ask the students to identify if they are correct or incorrect, based on the subject, verb, and agreement. Also, we can, depending of the time, of course, we can call individual student to answer or correct the sentence aloud. Independent practice is 7 minutes. It's a handout worksheet containing fill in the blank exercise and sentence reordering activities related to the simple present tense. Also, this allows the student to work individually, walking around the classroom to assist as needed.
Yeah.
Review and assessment, 3 minutes, go over the worksheet answers with the class, ask the student to correct their work as you review the answers on the board. Also, we can summarize key points emphasizing the importance of subject verbs, agreement, and when to use the simple present tense. And concluding is the closing is 2 minutes. We are going to conclude the lesson by reviewing the main ideas. For example, today we learned how to use the simple present tense to describe daily routines and general truths. We can also assign a short homework, a task to write 5 sentences in the simple present tense using all the structures correctly. For example, 5 sentences in affirmative, negative, and questions. Or we can also make a short presentation using the, for example, an explanation of your daily routine using a timeline. Explaining the daily routine using the simple present tense. That's it.
Excellent. Applause. Okay, somebody else?
Me, teacher Stephanie and Noelia.
Funny. Yeah, look for you. Stephanie, where are you? Where are you? Away down?
Yes.
Sebastian. That is Stephanie.
Yes.
Stephanie, Noelia, and constructivism?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna use Noelia's lesson plan as our example.
Okay.
Our lesson is gonna be for 5th grade students, and the topic is gonna be exploring ecosystems. In the objective, the student will understand the components of ecosystem: producers, consumers, and discomposer. Students will collaborate to create a model of an ecosystem. Students will reflect on interdependence of organisms with an ecosystems. Materials for the class: sharp paper, markers, picture of various ecosystems, forests, deserts, oceans, and craft supplies, clay, natural materials, access to tablets or computers for research. The first step of the lesson is the introduction of the topic, a brief discussion about ecosystems. We are going to ask at students questions about what they know about different ecosystems and their components. And also, we are going to show pictures of various ecosystems to spark interest and discussion. And we're also going to ask for a group work. Divide the students into a small group or 4 or 5 students. Assign each group a specific ecosystem to research, for example, rainforest, tundra, grasslands, and also we are going to provide the computers or tablets for students to gather more information on their assigned ecosystem, focusing on its components, producers, consumers, and decomposers, and
Okay.
unique features. Model of creation. Each group will create a 3D model of their ecosystem using craft supplies and natural materials, encourage creativity and collaboration as they build their models, ensuring they include elements like plants, animals, and soil.
So,
And the presentation have each group represent their ecosystem model to the class, encourage them to explain the roles of different organisms and how they interact with each other. At the end is going to be an assessment, observe group collaboration and participation during the research and model building activities, review the group presentation for understanding of ecosystem components, collect and evaluate the reflections, respond for individual comprehension.
okay.
In conclusion, the lesson plan encourages students to actively engage with the topic of ecosystem through research collaboration and creativity, embodying the principle of constructivism approach.
Okay. Very
Thank
good,
you.
Noelia. Stephanie.
Yes.
Okay. Noelia, say hello. Okay, people. Who else is missing?
Me,
Yeah.
Professor Maureen.
Oh,
Yes.
Maureen.
Okay, my lesson plus is based on the teacher center approach.
Okay, look for your task. Wait a moment. Wait a moment. Wait a moment.
Mhm.
Close this one. This one. Then, Maureen.
Did you
Different?
find it?
Yeah.
Teacher center lesson plan. Yes, well, the topic that I selected is how are things different now from long ago. So the subject that I'm teaching now is reading. Okay, I
Okay.
did it like in this way because I work in a private school. So as you know, we teach in different subjects there.
Really?
And then
Extensive.
yes, the objective are to understand the text using the main idea, strategy, and to distinguish how people communicate in the past and now. Okay, the beginning activities. The teacher showed pictures about the key vocabulary like travel, communication, airplane, news, letter, text message, email, radio, and internet. Then the teacher modulates pronunciation, and then the students repeat after the teacher. The teacher asks questions like, how did people travel then? And the students look at pictures and answer the questions. Okay, then the while or formative activities will be like the teacher explains the main idea and details the strategy. The teacher reads the test as an example and underlines the main idea of the text and give the students the details. And then the students practice the reading strategy by reading a new test and writing the main ideas and details. And then the teacher reads the history while the students listen to it. And the closing activities will be the teacher gives instructions about the post-reading activity, which is the they should answer questions in the book about the history, and the teacher asks students about their favorite part of the story. Okay, that's it.
Okay. Reading. Oh, I love reading. I love this reading. Okay, people, thank you very much. That is Maureen. Excellent, Maureen. I know you're learning a lot to your students. In your private school, oh my God, you have to.
Yes, there we have a
Yeah,
lot of
a lot
school
of
there.
work, a lot of things to do there. Oh my goodness. I work at least 4 years and I know what is that. Okay. Who else?
Okay,
Me,
teacher.
professor.
Maria
Mm,
or Adriana? Adriana.
mm.
Maria. Who go first?
Um, Maria,
Adriana?
you can go if you want
Maria?
to.
Okay, after that,
Yes,
yeah. Okay.
eh, yes, our topic is about, okay, about María Bermúdez and Yetzibel Moreno. Our lesson is about body parts. We are going to teach children for first
Please,
and
Maria.
yes,
Maria
teacher.
Bermúdez. Okay,
Yes.
let me look for your test. Okay. In a
How
moment.
yes, excuse
Moreno.
me?
Part of the body.
Yes. Our group with Yetzibel Moreno, our topic is about body parts. We are going to teach children for first and third grade.
Okay.
Yes, our objective is that students will be able to identify and name major part of the body.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we need some material like picture, scissor, worksheet, and song. For me, song is important. I'm not good as a teacher, but I think that song is very important when the children are learning.
Yeah. Of course,
Yes,
yeah.
we have a short vocabulary about the name of the body. And the introduction is going to be 10 minutes. We can start with a brief discussion about the human body, and we also can ask them the name of the body. And we are going to introduce the major part, head, or leg. Okay, we are going to mention in this
Sure.
part
Okay.
the name using picture of each body. We can use flashcard. Also, we can show that by projector. I don't know if everybody have the
Oh, you have extension there too? Wow. Excellent.
yes, and also we can do craft activities. Yes, they can create body part using magazine, printer image, and now my partner is going to continue to develop our class, our
Okay. Yes, Iben.
Yes, teacher.
Okay. Thank you.
Also, we can use worksheet activities.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Hana worksheet for students to label a diagram of the human body. Um, Closure, 5 minutes. Review the name and function of the body part learned. Ask a few students to share their collage and explain one body part they select. The another part is assessment. Observe student participation during the discussion and the activity. Reviewing worksheet for accuracy in labeling. And another point is extension for advanced
Uh-huh.
learners. The school's internal body parts, create a body part, find and name parts on their own bodies. Um, the another point, adaptations for student needing, provide legal diagrams to reference, use tactile resource, and these lesson plans encourage activity participation and creativity. Um, this is the final.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that. Tina, Adriana.
Hi.
Hi, Adri.
Um, okay, Professor. So mine is pretty simple. I think mine is way simpler than my my classmates. Sorry about that.
Present
So
tense? Uh-huh. I saw it.
I
Then-
my topic is teacher dominated approach, and I choose the same topic as my other classmate. My lesson plan is about simple present tense. Okay, so the class is supposed to be around for like 30 or 40 minutes, directed to third graders. Materials used are whiteboard or chalkboard, marker. Well, I'm going to explain the simple present tense, and I'm going to use worksheets for that for the practice, and way basically projector, which is optional. So the director activity will take like 10 minutes. Explanation is basically the teacher introduces the topic by explaining the importance of the simple present. Also, the teacher explains what the tense is used to describe like habits or routines, also like general truths, and this will be formative. During activities, the time will be like 20 minutes or so. The explanation of the simple present tense will be given. We are going to check for the most verb, like the real subject based verb, I, we, you, they, and we're going to read about this. And also for the third person singular, he, she, it, subject plus verb plus s or es. And this is also going to be formative. Also, the teacher will write sentences on the word and show how to add s or es for the third person singular subjects. Example, he reads a book, she watches TV, it rains every day. Also, students will write down 10 sentences total, 5 for adding s and the other 5 for adding es, and this activity will be summative.
Wow.
Briefly for the
Excellent.
closing, thank you. So moving on the closing activity will take like 10 minutes or so. Review key points. The teacher reviews the use for the simple present tense, more habitual actions and routines, like also general truths, as I said. Also the verb form closing questions if the students may have, but basically as it is teacher dominated approach, well, the students would only have to give questions, and answers will be given as well, and that will be basically it. Thank you.
Excellent. Very good, Adriano. You're like an expert, Adriana. Thank you.
Not at all, Professor, but thanks.
Okay, Adri. Okay. Who is missing? We are leaving, people. Okay, right now I have Sheila Moreno, Cindy, Jennifer Cosio, already done, Adriani, San Ashley, Jose Castillo, Sebastián, Stephanie, Noelia, Maureen, Maria, Yesibel Moreno, and Adriana. Who is missing? No one is missing? Let me see here. Adri. Let me see. Sebastián, Noelia, Adriana, Stephanie. Mhm. This is, oops. Mhm. The Castillo, Jennifer Cosio, Diana Villar. Someone is missing. Okay, Sheila.
Yes, Professor, I am here.
No, I only calling you, but because I know you're already done.
Okay, thank you.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, people is missing. People, this is your grade. I'm grading you, okay? It's two sessions. Session number 1 and session number 2. The two activity, I graded the two activity, okay? So you have your grade for today. Also, your participation, people. Thank you for that. Thank you for your participation to be here with me these 4 hours. Oh my God. So do you want to ask any question or something like that? You can ask. Okay, the activity that you already done today, you're going to upload it, okay? I'm going to prepare a platform to make you upload all your tasks. You only have to capture your information and upload it, okay? If you have any question, I am here. We have 6 minutes to interact.
Sorry, Professor, you mean all the information we already post during the class, we
Yeah,
need to upload it
yeah.
again?
Yes, I will
Okay.
prepare the platform to make you prepare. To grade you, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Perfect.
Okay, do a good job, people. Nice job. I am so proud of you, okay? Any question, people?
Sorry, Professor, I'm kind of deaf. I couldn't hear what you say.
No, we have to upload all the activity that we do. Okay, I already done in the Padlet. I'm going to prepare the platform, so you only have to capture what all the activity that you already done and upload it. That's all.
As well in Padlet.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Uh-huh. Yes, because I have your grade right now. I have it here, but I need the evidence, okay? It's important.
Teacher, in classroom or in the
On the platform.
in the platform.
Yeah.
Mm.
I'm going to prepare it for today. Maybe I can do it. And you want capture all your
Professor, we
activity.
can copy the link. We can copy the link and write it down
Yeah.
in the platform.
Yes. Also, you can
Okay.
do it too. Uh-huh. But all your tasks, oops, the thing that when I open it, it's going to open all everybody tasks. You have to capture only yours. Because if you send the link only and then I open it, it's going to send all your tasks and I need it as an individual form, okay? Because the pattern is mine. Any more questions?
Yes, the post two or also the only the two main assignments.
All the assignment that you already done in the pattern, you only have to like post it, okay?
Okay.
Capture it and then post. And I put the grade because I have the grade here right now. But I need the platform needed your evidence, the evidence, okay? Because I can grade you, but when they open it and say it's like nothing there, supposed to be something there, okay? To make I put the evaluation.
Okay, Professor, I'm really sorry to bother you again.
It's
But
okay, Juliana.
so for every activity that we upload on Padlet, right? We take a screen
Yeah.
capture and we put it on the university's platform.
No. I'm going to prepare the platform. Okay.
You're going to prepare the platform.
Yeah. And
The
session number one.
university platform.
Yes, university platform. Session number one, and I'm going to put the name of the task, of the approach you belongs to, and you add your screen there. And that's all.
Okay, you will let us know when it's ready, so we just put the screen captures there.
Yes, I'm going to do it right now. In a moment. At least give me 1 hour. Only 1 hour. Okay?
Okay. Okay, Professor, 1 hour. Thanks.
You know where? And you capture and you send it. Because we have two tasks here. We have the approaches and the lesson, mini lesson. It's two of them. Okay? So today you have at least 2 grade and your participation, okay, and taking into consideration, okay? But all of you do it well. Well done. Okay, and thank you for that. So people, I see you next week. God save life. Take care of yourself. Okay, any question you can ask me, okay, in the group. Also, if you want to write to me, Noelia. Okay. No more question? Okay, we have 12 o'clock. Okay, see you. Bye-bye, people.
Bye, Professor. Thank you so
Bye.
much. I
Thank you,
really enjoyed the
people.
class.
Professor, thank you.
Thank you,
Bye.
people.
Thank you so much.
Take
Goodbye.
care.
Bye, Professor.
See you.
Have a good day, everyone.
Have the same. Okay. Bye-bye.
Professor, again, sorry to bother you. One last question. Until when do we have to the time limit to upload the screen captures, because it's raining here, and usually when it rains my Wi-Fi dies out. So just to make sure.
Peace in the week. No problem.
Okay,
Okay.
Professor. Thanks.
Before
Bye-bye.
finish the course, okay? Okay. Bye-bye, Adriana. Take care. It just started to rain over there in Boquete, Adriana?
Yes, Professor.
Oh my God. Well, just in time then.